checking in for now, so if you do station with me, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Kirikazu, are you with Ferguson or Kirikazu?
I only check and see that my I don't see Ferguson.
Paper, Bradford, Ferguson? Counsel? Okay. So, counsel for Ferguson, your counsel for Kirikazu? Kirikazu, thank you so much.
We also
You guys wanted to reach out on the details?
Yeah, we filed a
Okay, so I'll put it on the dismissal docket. Hopefully you guys can settle it before then and submit something to the court. All right. Thank you. Just one moment. Both Parts of Cyprus LLC. State Farm Mutual Automobile. Both parties, thank you. Now, when the judge does publish something, and the parties should be because we'll have to get it approved for the projector. You can use a laptop to show the judge, but for the projector, we'll have to get permission from the judge. Yes, because we have to input it into our, does it have to be connected to a computer? To your computer? I'll get that. Yes. So once you go in there and deliberate with the judge, speak with both parties, let them know, and then he'll let me know whether he's granting it. Thank you. For now, you can take a seat.
Keaton Caso. And Michael Bradford. Bradford. Right now, let me just take the child number 2. Who is the other party? Do you know the other parties here? Piper, Bradford, Ferguson.
I think the council showed up, but I didn't know where she went after that.
Watch this. Don't make them hurry up.
Here, like literally standing right there. I don't know what
But the attorney.
Yeah. No, I'm a pro se. I'm calling up as take them.
You were Piper, Bradford. So what I'm gonna do is we'll take you both to the judge's chamber.
Okay.
We'll talk over there, and then we'll go from there.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
want a jury trial, right?
Yes, that's what they have requested.
Okay.
I wanted just the judge trial.
Well, I mean, you wanna go forward with the jury trial?
That's what my authorization is, to proceed with the jury trial.
Okay.
And, we have a motion for summary disposition pending that hasn't been ruled on. I was told it would be ruled on at the pre-trial hearing.
Well, let's see, let me read it.
Sure.
There's an emergency motion. When did you file your motion for summary disposition?
Oh, like, April or May? There was an emergency motion for, a continuance for the last trial setting because I got some kind of like stomach bug. I hate saying it. It was not pretty.
Okay.
And there was no leaving the house with it.
Okay. Alright, so the comparative file. So, you're basically saying because the collision report was held against the plaintiff, that it should be dismissed? Or?
Well, the collision report and the plaintiff produced a dash cam video. And even the dash cam video reflects that the plaintiff's light was red when he had a blinking yellow to yield to oncoming traffic to turn left. And you can see from his own video that his light was red. And he still took his left when his light was red and struck the defendant, Mr. Bradford, who was then catapulted into another lane of traffic and had another collision with another vehicle. But now he is asking that liability be reassessed against Mr. Bradford, who he struck while turning left on a blinking yellow. That had turned red.
What do you understand?
So I had entered the intersection when I was blinking yellow. And yellow, when I turned red, I was already inside the intersection. So I had the obligation to complete my turn since I was already inside the intersection. And then when I proceeded, after I checked that there was enough distance between myself and the car that's in front, that's when I proceeded. However, the Skipper Bradford, he actually sped through the light, and he ran a red light, and then therefore the accident happened.
Yeah.
Sounds like fact dispute.
Well, I understand that's why I did the summary disposition. But the problem is, you're not supposed to enter an intersection and stop. You go to the line and you wait until it's clear. It's not like he was driving through an intersection and continuing through and it turns yellow. He's inching up and sitting in an intersection, which is impeding an intersection in and of itself, then continues through it and gets struck, and even the police officer watched his dash cam video and still found liability against him.
But that's all facts to be determined
Sure.
by the trier of facts, which in this case is a jury. So,
I have one more question, and I didn't see any ruling on it. I checked, and I'm not sure why I didn't see it, but we had a motion for the defendant to appear via Zoom. He was keyed up and ready to appear to the July 1st trial.
okay.
I got a stomach virus. There was nothing I could do. His family had already
I don't
bought
have a problem with Zoom.
Well, they told me it was denied, and I asked, because he's out of town, ready with his computer keyed up. I was like, be ready at 1, because I don't know what time.
I will allow it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know who said that.
Yeah, I went to 7, and they took it, and I showed them, and I was like, he's sitting here waiting. And they said, what was denied 2 days ago? And I said, well, I didn't see anything, but they had already paid for tickets and hotels and trips. And
I understand. Yeah, I'll allow him to appear.
okay.
Any other issues?
So if he appears in Zoom, how would he identify his theft? he is the one that's hearing.
Well, he'll swear in like anybody else, and if we have an issue, we can see his ID on Zoom.
What he says that his camera's not working.
He has his
Well,
camera up.
Yeah, he'll have his camera. We'll have to be able to determine what's right.
So, in event that.
And you get a chance, you know, she'll question him, and you'll get a chance to question him,
Okay.
just like you would see.
Okay.
Okay. So already, I think y'all are dealing with this case as well. Do you have a witness here, or just one on Zoom?
I have the police officer, the responding officer here as
Okay,
well.
and that's why I wanted to check y'all first, and get the police officer. Alright, I have, 2 other cases. Let me talk to them real quick, but as far as I'm concerned right now, y'all are moving forward.
Okay.
Unless something else drastically happens, which I don't foresee. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, let me look at the old,
Sure.
before we go forward, with y'all's face and what okay?
Thank you.
Look y'all. Supreme Group.
Basically what's going to happen is that you need to recite that law and still be able to, you know. Because this is the only state where that's actually included. California, that would be illegal, but in this state, it is illegal. It's penal code concerning the way it works. Regardless of that, I mean, if it's whoever's in the intersection first, it's a double whammy right there. It's concerning their lives. Concerning their lives.
This is not it. Mention of collateral proof lines.
No, that's just
What was once again? It's wrong. Police training recognizing people already. I say, you go right to complete this statement. Like stop in the middle of it.
okay. No, we're looking for the one that actually says you can enter on yellow. I was right. It's exactly that transportation code.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it?
Perfect. The only state that shall stop at shall stop going to enter the instrument lawfully. Change the right.
Okay, but you need a, where's the other one for this? No, it's on a, no, put the page on. Right there. Traffic signs, enter intersection in green. It turns right. Okay, what's the next one? You see, this is the one we're looking for. We're looking for section A.
Section 8. I think that's it.
You say red light, red is correct. Ask me if you can pull it up on your phone, because I know we have it. You don't only have to rely on this. There is yellow light, warning. Traffic control is in signals in general. No, it says right there. Yes, I know. Yellow signals. Drivers should slow down and prepare to stop. They'll cook. Right, okay, so. You can understand that that's not going to Texas legislature. You're looking at that, but that's from the other side. There we go. This is the section that you need to be looking at. Section E. There it is. An operator of a vehicle facing a steady yellow light. Do not close that page. Okay, just let me read it. Let me make sure it's right. It says right there. You're good. An operator of a vehicle facing a steady yellow signal light is warned by that signal. Okay, that is all it says. You're not required to stop on that. It's Texas legislation.
Not written here, but
Go ahead and pen it in. Put it in the pen. Bond. Yeah.
what do you mean? Pen?
Yeah, just literally write it in so you have a note.
Oh,
Or you could memorize it. part of the section in this section E. Section E of Penal Code 5/007. Either way, you entered on a yellow, which is the flashing yellow, which is what got you in there in the first place. Because it says right here, flashing yellow may proceed to do so with caution. And that's what you did. You did with caution.
Right. Flashing yellow.
Yeah, that's the. So let me get this. You see it's section B of 55008. So you stay there. You open up a new page. Because it's not going to be in that section. It's going to be really, really far down. It's 55.
Five. What did you say? Oh, crap, I didn't have it.
Well, you can ask him, like, can you actually recite the, what information can you actually recite? Because that's all you need to do, but you don't need to worry about the jury.
¿De quién?
Yeah, okay, so that's A and then it's B.
It's right there.
Okay, well there you go. What does it say?
Proper vehicle facing city goes and knows more of that. Stop at the Marston line.
Okay, so what you need, the way that you need to say this is that, so I'm going to read both section A and section B of P code. Make it so your brightness doesn't die, because that's going to piss everyone off. Does that fix the brightness turning off?
Well, it's just because it's falling asleep. That's it.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you. You need to stop it from doing that.
If I hold the lenses, it's fine.
Okay. Alright, well, the operator of the vehicle, so basically you want to make contrast, show the difference between what it says for a solid red light versus a solid yellow light. Okay, so move your finger because we can't see it. The operator of a vehicle facing a flashing yellow signal light may proceed through an intersection or pass the signal only with caution.
What's your practice?
Yeah, you did. And you'll show the distances. And this is it. But is this the one for yellow light? Okay, so scroll up. No. Go back to that. Go back to your notes. So that's the one for yellow, right? Okay, so that's... What was the rest of this? It says or.
Very nice. Again. Yeah, that's the section, all of it.
So you see it right here, and what this is right here. I'm just going to show this. Light signifies the green terminator. So the red signal will be exhibited immediately thereafter. That's the exact statement that the Texas legislature. One yellow light is legal in Texas, provided it is fully clear in the second before the light turns red. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. So I'm going to send got to scroll down and say that here's an interpretation of the law being actually practiced. But not practiced, but hey, go ahead and delete this. Delete this. Yep, delete that. So to have a good, clear. Okay, then there you go. That's right there. You see what it says?
What? Yeah, it's just during the green or permissive turn light before it turns red. D07D.
golf carts of Cypress versus State Farm. Small flights.
Cato.
Cato. So you and have about 4 to 5 jury trials set every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon. These are small claims typically, traffic cases. Today we're going to have a small claim, auto collision case, $3 here. So I had to go through the other cases to see which one we were going to take, and that took a little bit of time, so thank you very much for your patience. The first thing, let me swear in the jury panel. What we're going to do is what's called vote dire, and that's where the parties will be able to ask you questions about whether or not you're the right juror for this particular type of case. So there is no right or wrong answer, okay? They're just trying to get at whether or not you should be in this type of case. And if this auto collision case, for example, if you've just been in a recently bad accident, maybe you're not the right person to discuss with this. Everybody has small prejudice, so it's just to bring that out. So we'll also go over the qualifications. So if I can give you the raise your right hand, Drew, do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will give true and correct answers to all questions asked of you regarding the qualifications of the jury? First of all, let's go over some of the requirements to serve on a jury. You must be at least 18 years of age. You must be a citizen of this country and this county. And in this court, you must be in this precinct or a contiguous precinct. In other words, a precinct that touches this precinct. You must be able to read and write English. And you must be currently eligible to be a voter in this precinct or a contiguous precinct. Okay? You must not have been convicted of a misdemeanor for theft or moral turpitude or any type of felony. And you must not be under indictment or legal accusation for any type of misdemeanor for moral turpitude, theft, or any type of felony. Now, there are certain things that will allow you to be excused if you want to be, but these are optional. If you're over the age of 70, you do not have to serve, but you are still welcome to serve. Maybe your years of service would benefit us by you being here. So it's totally up to you. If you have legal custody of a child that's less than 12 years old, if you're any type of student from secondary to college, you can be excused. If you're an officer or employee of the Texas Senate or the House of Representatives, you can be excused. And if you're the primary caretaker for an invalid person, you can be excused. If you have any physical or mental impairments that would make you temporarily unable to understand English, then obviously you should be excused. And if you're a member of the United States military, then you can be excused. Does any of that apply to anyone? Okay. If you raise your hands, come on up. Now, would it be a total inconvenience for anyone to serve here for, I don't think this case will take over an hour and a half to 2 hours, maybe not that long. Would anyone be totally inconvenienced?
Okay,
No, I'm letting go?
no.
Okay, no problem. Okay, you can excuse.
Yeah, you said a child is 12 by 2 months old.
Your primary caretaker.
I mean, her mother is home, but her mother is a little sick, right?
All right. Well, it sounds like we have plenty of good.
Yeah.
You good.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Everybody else speak English. Because some people don't speak English and they don't understand what I'm saying. I'm not sure to translate in Spanish.
¿Alguien de aquí no entiende el idioma en inglés?
Alright. Okay, so with that being said, we have a plaintiff in this case, that's the person who brought the lawsuit, and we have a defendant. So we'll allow the plaintiff to go first and ask questions regarding the qualifications of the juror. All right, sir, go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury and ask any questions regarding the qualifications or whether or not they're the right person for this jury.
Okay, this is the first time I'm
familiar with
doing,
it?
I'm not familiar with this process.
I'm sorry?
Are you gonna?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I tell you what, usually the plaintiff goes first. I'm gonna allow the attorney to go first because she has more experience in this. And you can go ahead and ask questions, and if you have any questions, I'll allow you to do it. The rules are a little bit different than the justice court. If you go downtown, they're much more formal. Here, we're really concerned with allowing people to represent themselves, so the rules are a little bit different. Okay? So we're a little bit laid back. All right, so you want to go first?
My name's Karen Maxwell. I'm here on behalf of the defendant. Kiefer Bradford Ferguson, he's appearing via Zoom. We were supposed to be here a while back and we had to reschedule because I got sick. So we're here today. I wanted to ask first, does anybody here know either the plaintiff or the defendant? Okay. We have one officer that's appearing today as a witness. And does anybody know Deputy Casas that's in the back? I just want to make sure nobody's familiar with anyone that's involved. Does anybody know each other in the jury pool, like that are friends with one another? Can you still serve without that becoming, okay. Just so long, sometimes if people have a hard time disagreeing with their friends. So as long as you're okay disagreeing with each other, that's fine. One more. Or not one more, but has anyone here ever been in an auto accident? That should be a gimme. We're in Harris County. We're in Houston. Has anybody ever been sued because of an auto accident? Okay. You don't have yours. Do you have everything on?
Oh. My number?
Yes, thank you. Has anyone ever sued anyone else because of an auto accident? Are you 6 or 9? 9, okay. And what's your number? I'm sorry. That's okay. Well, okay. Sure. Just a party. Have you ever, not just, so there's a difference between filing a claim and then actually bringing a lawsuit. So my question was, have you ever brought a lawsuit against another person, individual entity, anything regarding like a auto accident or anything? Does that change your answer? Oh, okay. Oh, sure. Yeah, so some people, exactly, they're just, yes, okay. So, does everybody here understand that the plaintiff has the burden to prove his arguments? It's not the defendant that has to prove they're innocent. The plaintiff has to prove that the defendant is culpable or liable or guilty of whatever he is asserting. Does everybody understand that? Okay. Does everybody understand that if the plaintiff fails to prove his case by a preponderance of the evidence, that would you be able to award a take nothing to the plaintiff? If he can't prove his case, are you able to say you take nothing? Because for some people, they have a hard time doing that. So if you can't rule and say, no, we disagree with you, you take nothing, then this probably isn't the right spot for you. Okay. Now, does anybody here feel like just because somebody filed a lawsuit that they are entitled to recover something? Does anybody believe that that is an automatic, that they should at least be able to get something because they went to the trouble to file a lawsuit? Okay?
Can you first tell me that?
So, for some people, if a party has gone to the trouble or taken the time to file a lawsuit against another individual or an entity, then there are certain people that feel like, well, they went to that much trouble, they ought to at least get something.
It doesn't matter whether or not.
They don't, it doesn't, right. one is, so the way this typically works is the plaintiff goes first, right? And I'm the defense, so I go last. And the plaintiff is going to present his evidence and his argument, and then I'll come in and present the defendant's evidence and argument. And then there may be a little back and forth, and the judge may have a few questions. And then you make a decision. Is everybody here able to wait and make a decision until they've heard both sides? And not make a decision just based on one or the other. It's a culmination of all of it. Okay? And can everyone, or is there anyone who cannot, who will not be able to will you be able to not let a bias or a prejudice or a sympathy towards one of the parties play a part in your decision? Can you kind of keep that separate and make your decision based on the facts?
I probably not.
Okay. What's your number?
7.
Okay. And just to clarify, no one here, has anyone recently been in an auto accident? Last year. And you were recently?
3 weeks.
Oh, wow. Okay. What's your number? Okay. Wow. I'm sorry. You're okay? Okay. Everything okay? Oh, good. I think that's my questions. So, go for it.
Do you have any questions of your
Not that I could think of. Is this, actually I was wondering if there was a motion that was submitted by a defendant that to the jury.
Do you
Oh,
have any
to the
questions
jury.
for like picking
Yeah,
your jurors?
for right now, do you have any questions? Yeah, we'll discuss motions. I think we've already discussed them, but I'll explain that later.
Yeah, I was just wondering if it was in relation to that.
Well, right now, it gives you a chance to ask the jury panel any questions regarding your qualifications or whether or not they're the right jurors for this position. Any questions, anybody?
No, that I could think of at this moment.
In that case, each party will get 3 strikes. You can mark on the table. Is there a motion for cause?
I'm sorry?
Is there a motion for cause for striking?
Oh, I had three just based on responses, but.
Oh, if y'all want to come over here and talk about So if you want to just so what you can do is select three that you want if you don't have to, you can select that if you and y'all can just do that you don't have to. Okay. Like the people who play
Nobody wants that.
So what was your question? You're talking about the motion for sentencing?
Question.
Well, we don't do a jury charge.
Oh, okay.
This is not jury charge. My first take on this. What we'll do, we'll take a break.
Okay.
Let's just select the jury panel, and then we'll do the motion.
Okay, sorry, I've had it.
y'all have y'all. Once you select it, just give it to the vendor. So the winners are Cameron Avon, 660 jury box, and Cynthia Dye.
Should we take that check right here?
Yes, ma'am, yeah. Just bring everything with you.
Bring it with you.
Won't be going
Bring it
back
with
to
you.
that.
Oh, great.
Yeah. Just have to see the sheriff.
It doesn't have to be any particular order. Ashley, is it, I'm sorry. And Lanta Wyden? Is it Andrew Spruill? And Roxanne Bella. I want to thank the other JuryTown very much for showing us. We never know how many people are going to be actually selected and called or not. And this district is great for citizens showing up for their duties, so we really appreciate that. This court handles about 7,000 new cases every month. Handles 1,500 eviction cases on a monthly basis, small claims cases, debt claims cases, a lot of traffic violations every morning, we have traffic court. So it's your tax dollars at work. But anyways, thank you very much for showing up, and y'all are free to go enjoy the rest of your day. If you really want to, you can go back to work. We need your number and everything here. Okay, what we're going to do now, I'm going to give y'all some information. Then we're going to take about a 5-10 minute break. We're going to hear some motions from the parties. Okay, but please don't discuss this case with anyone. Okay? Don't call friends or spouse. Don't look at the internet. This is only the evidence that is important today that you're going to consider. So that being said, I'll tell you what, let me go ahead and swear you in. Raise your hand one more time. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will render a true verdict according to the law and the evidence presented. Alright, so that being said, take about we'll take a 5-minute break. I don't think it'll take longer than that. And then when you come on back, we'll open the door in about 5 minutes. Okay. Thank you. All rise for the jury. your motion or,
I'm sorry. Yeah, I can give it to you if you like.
Oh,
Gotta put the copy. You wanna look through it?
yeah, I see.
You got your printed it? Okay.
do you want it, Judy? So the first one, I'm talking about the, claimant form. Number two.
Could you point that out, which one is it? Actually, do you just have
We can
printed
get it
out
together,
every
because
single
that's
thing?
No, you can finish that.
Oh.
Well, I think the second one already moved, because we've already printed it out. Number three.
So Your Honor, may I ask a question?
Sure.
So for the first one, it's
Yeah, there's no mention of it.
insurance, car and liability.
The insurance is not relevant, so we don't mention it.
Okay. Oh, yes, it's mainly to find the fault of the accident.
It's what now?
It's mainly to find who was more at fault, according to you.
Right, yeah.
So, yes, no,
That's
no.
what you kind of
So, okay, yeah, I just
talk
wanted,
and it shows it.
okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood.
And then, as far as this one, we're not gonna, if I put it on the list, and keep it on something, because you provide it right now. And return from, oh, ma'am?
Yes.
I'm sorry, we're having a hearing, order for, if you could just wait outside a little bit more. Thank you.
Sounds more interesting.
Yeah, I'm sorry, what did you say, sir? Yeah. You can text us for him. It'll be a little while before we get back to you. Yeah, if you need to take a break, go ahead. Yeah, and I was saying as far as who's gonna pay for the damages. Yeah, and number 4 is self-incorporated insurance company.
Insurance counsel,
Yeah,
me?
don't do that sentence.
Oh, okay, yes.
So those things are
Okay, I have a question regarding that. So with that, if I'm not mentioning about insurance, is it regarding the claim or is the way how the insurance company interpreted the evidence that's in it?
it's not relevant how they interpret it. You have, you know, whether or not they're the negligent or the other driver, not the insurance company. They're not doing the insurance company, they're doing the driver. So the issue is insurance and safety care. It's not about how the insurance company will be claiming or anything.
Oh,
So it won't be mentioned.
in regards to that, is it a case-by-case now?
So,
That the insurance company, I submitted the evidence to insurance company, but they totally based it off.
so you just say,
So,
no, don't mention it. That's not wrong. You can say you submitted it to the, but I don't see any need to say that you submitted it. I mean, because your duty is to prove up the case that they're liable and you take advantage of it. So it's not gonna matter the interaction you had with the insurance company about the claim.
mainly with the, setting the record, driving record straight, so that based off the evidence that I brought, if I'm not at fault, then that record of me causing the accident will be taken off. So that's the main reason that I'm here. So in that case, I think insurance company is the one that goes through it, right? I'm just.
The only thing is
Well, the damages is secondary. Actually, the first primary thing that I'm here for is to find out who was at fault, so that.
well, that goes to when you surface the litigation about liability. But I have no authority to give you a judgment to record for review.
Well, just,
Now, obviously, if you would a judgment for liability, legal advice. I'm not sure.
Because this accident involved the defendant hitting the other party, which involved an injury of that person. So if that record is the fault is on me, based on my finding of evidence that it's not my fault, then it's still gonna affect the there's gonna be financial savings with that. Oh. Okay.
Any offer of settlement, compromise, any negotiations or offers?
Negotiations offers to. Oh, sorry. Negotiations offers to.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the next any offer of settlement, compromise, or offer of payment, that's, you can't bring up any question.
So in other words, I don't think you can say, well, the insurance company is bound from itself. I can't say that you can't bring up insurance either, because if we're here to talk about just liability, then really the only thing we can talk about is the accident, and that's it.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense?
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to I was just trying to.
In number 7, properly qualified
this is where I was confused what they mean by equity.
Yeah, do you have anyone who's going to testify? Is it you only, or do you have a witness?
This is myself and the dash cam, and there's actually a narration of the dash cam incident, or not incident, but the way what happened, as explained by my acquaintance. So, is that allowed?
It's almost like expert testimony in it. They're going through trying to talk about the speed of grade, travel, and which is fine. Look, I was a chemist before I went to law school, so that's stuff, I got it. I understood it, but the layperson isn't, and there is nothing at all in the record, and that person is not here to prove up their qualifications and what steps they did to ensure that what they're presenting is accurate and correct.
Yeah. You narrated
It is my friend, actually, who narrated it.
the problem is that he doesn't get a chance to question you if you do that. So we can play the video, but we need to silence it. Now, if you want to testify about the video, that's what happened, but your personal observations, that's fine.
And there's a snippet of just the dash cam video without any narration, which is fine. That's totally fine to play. There's about a, 10, 12-minute long portion where he goes through his, this individual goes through his calculations on what speed the defendant was driving, and how that obviously proves that he was speeding and ran a red light. But there's nothing to substantiate that, and I don't have an opportunity to ask him. I mean, if this was here because I thought he'd be here today. But there is nothing, no way for me to verify the accuracy of that.
So I have to sustain that.
So,
You wanted, with that person, you have to believe in
would it be fine if I call that person? Because he's actually nearby, so.
We didn't have discovery.
We didn't.
I mean, you can bring him in. I'll allow you to testify.
Oh, do you mind if I go talk to him?
Is that who's the officer? What do you need with you?
Right. So, we'll have to
So you want me to
okay.
we're not going to talk about any motions that we filed with the court and any ruling.
Finally,
That's what we're doing.
I'm sorry, do you mind elaborating what you mean by it?
Well, you're not going to bring up to the jury that there were motions or any rulings or motions, or any speech that was left out.
Oh.
Like I'm doing, you can't show the video. Okay? You can't bring that up to the jury.
Oh, okay.
Can I ask one question real quick for clarity on number 7? I mean, can we kind of nail down that if his individual is going to testify, if he's going to present him as though it's expert testimony, he's going to have to prove up that he reaches the level of being an expert on that topic before he presents him as such.
Yeah.
It can't just be someone who's good at math.
So you have to show the qualification, you get the chance, without the witness, testifying,
So what we do have are Texas Transportation Code.
But he may be able to take his case if I ask you this. If you cannot ask him about it, I mean, is he a law enforcement officer? Has he been trained in accident reconstruction? Has he been trained in any type of field that gives him the knowledge and experience to be able to watch a video and count out seconds and determine speed. And there's a difference between somebody who is a math major or a physics major or an engineer watching a video and saying, I understand basic, you know, applications of formulas. Does he have any type of concrete qualifications? Like, what is his job?
His job is just like he does marketing to just like driving.
Driving.
Driving cars, like cab driver, all those. But it doesn't really require qualification to see like just the basic math.
It does if he's going to testify as an expert on it. He has to be trained and certified and qualified to make such a presentation to the jury.
But it's not. It's just law.
It is in the field of law. He has to be an expert to do that. He can't just be someone that's good at math and watches a video and says, I'm counting and this must mean this is the speed he's traveling, because there's a lot of questions. Has he gone out personally and driven it? Does he know? Did he have a radar gun and actually knows the exact speed that the plaintiff, that the defendant was driving and traveling at, that verifies his assumptions? Otherwise, it's his opinion and assumptions based on a video, not on actual concrete knowledge and evidence. And if it's not, and I'm going to argue that he doesn't have the authority to be presented as an expert.
Doesn't really require an expert opinion is what I'm saying, that to still be
It's going to imply to the jury that he's an expert, and they need to take what he says as authority.
That's not going to be right.
Okay, but
So unless you qualify as an expert, testimony, you can testify about.
okay, so as long as it's not spoken by him, then like,
And you can't repeat what you're saying. You're saying, on the video, my friend said this. It has to be, I observed X, Y, and Z.
but if he's studying automotive, where's that from?
Studied what field of automotive? I mean, is he a mechanic?
Yeah, he was. There's one mechanic, and then there's a friend just happened to say.
I mean, if you go to ask him, I don't think he's going to qualify, and I'm going to just strike him as a witness. But that's up to you.
Yeah, we'll have to have that outside the presence of the jury. He's a student?
He studied.
What qualifications does he have to testify to accident? Any training, or, because that's what you're basically doing, right? You're reconstructing the accident and how it happened. So what evidence do you have, or what does he have that would qualify him to do that?
Well,
Typically, they don't qualify to do that. Maybe qualify to testify.
So.
But we have to move this case along, so we only have certain amount of time.
Yeah, okay. So, in this case, I won't be able to play the video then. When you
Play the video style, video version.
You do
It's a
this.
reconstruction.
The snippet, you have one that's just the video, and then you have one that is a long portion, he's talking, he's making this, I'm gonna move that part is not admissible. The part that's just the video of the accident, there's nothing wrong with presenting that. You know what I'm talking about, the two snippets on there? Well, the two different files, the clips, does that make sense?
There's a lot of videos.
There is a lot. There is one that I think was towards the end that was like a copy of just your raw dash cam footage. To me, that's fine. That's totally admissible. Anything else that's been modified, that has commenting in it, I don't think I think that's misleading.
Okay. So I'll just play the video and I'll just walk you through the what actually happened.
So number 10, that is specific issues in this case, sensitive issues are issues which will be determined. In such argument or in I'm not sure I've
Do you want me to? The point of that one here, I mean, obviously it has bigger ramifications if we're in a bigger matter. But here is, I didn't want, the plaintiff to be able to present something and say, and if you find that the defendant ran the red light, then we're gonna, I don't know how to explain that one. It made more sense when I was doing it. If I'm honest. Okay.
The plaintiff be instructed not to argue to the jury anything to the effect that the honorable court would not have the same issues for the jury's consideration unless the court felt that there was evidence to support the same. So you can't argue the fact that I allowed it in that she did greater weight to it.
Okay.
Alright?
I'm sorry.
Don't say that. You can't tell the jury, oh, the judge wouldn't have let this in unless it's support, or the judge wouldn't have let this in unless it was credible evidence. So the jury's going to be the sole determining factor of the weight of the evidence and the jury.
Oh.
I'm just going to move on to legal matters.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, can we turn up his volume? I can't hear him and he can't hear us. Maybe bring it up here for us. Motions right now. We'll try to get, before we start the trial, we'll try to get it before we hear. Okay, number 12. You want the parents to refrain from mentioning before the jury or leading any questions of the I mean, if he has obviously, he brings that up.
I mean, as long as they're accurate and they're not snippets or they're not mispresented.
And we'll take that.
That's okay. So this one right here. So one of the things we always include this for is sometimes people will snip small portions of a statute, like a law or a code or an ordinance. And the idea is if it's being presented, we usually ask the court to do it so it's an accurate, full presentation. But if you're going to present like a traffic code ordinance or whatever, as long as it's the accurate representation and the full, it's fine. That's why I said we'll take it on a case basis. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Just that it's not presented in a, like a, just a small portion where it's out of context.
I also wanted to bring that up. Well, I wanted to bring it up in a minute, but there's no internet connection seems like
I have
is
no
there,
idea. I have,
what's
listen,
that? Wi-Fi? Could I go and use your Wi-Fi? Oh.
So number 14, I mean, it depends upon prior or subsequent incidents. And maybe, everything that you look at about the prison, where you involved in other collisions before or after this.
About defendant's history?
Right.
No, the only thing I know about defendant is about this accident that I was involved in. Oh,
And any reports you've been done?
what?
Active reports, opinions, anything? Have y'all exchanged information on this?
I filed a witness exhibit list. I had included all this, I didn't have this, so I didn't know what was going to be presented.
Again, we'll look at it in a second, but before you show any evidence to the jury, show it to the opposing counsel. And she'll read it.
Okay.
That way it gives y'all a chance to address.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, I think number 16, no evidence of criminal charges or criminal records, driving history, or something like that.
Evidence of defendant?
Yes.
Oh,
I don't think there isn't any, but the thing is I didn't, you always have to include that just in case. Because usually it's in a list, there's a whole list filed for Ramsey, you know what everybody's exchanging and gonna present, and then I would remove it if it wasn't applicable, but I left it in just in case.
And, yeah, and no mention of the defendant's net worth and financial situation.
Yes. Clarify who was at fault after showing all the evidence, and then so that
Oh, yeah?
damages, that's extra, but mainly the primary. So the damages that one came along was the collision, deductible, deductible, then also the interest, and then the report. No, there's no, because that was, and that's something after this, so the way how I'm actually going about this is that once I present the evidence and if the fault is the defendant that it was defendant's side, then I'll present that result to interest in order to have all the liability go to the defendant. So that's basically that's really the reason why I'm actually. That's not the primary concern.
Not the primary, but
yeah. So, to be completely honest, I had no idea how to go on about this because insurance company and police report proved otherwise. So that's why I'm actually bringing it over here to where we discuss law, transportation law, and have this.
Well, I understand there's an officer here to say, so I'm gonna allow that. What do you think?
Yeah, that's a good one. So I'm not trying to exclude anything right here.
Okay.
So
I mean, you gave a motion for me, and you want them to identify the source, of any dash cam, things like that, right? So,
is this in regards to the?
well, this is your motion.
I mean, no,
I'll tell him
yeah.
I'm looking at what you're asking. He's asking about this motion when you had said the release requested right here.
Oh.
We'll stop with it.
Oh, this is in relation to the, if I'm not mistaken here. I actually don't recall what this was.
I tell you what, we'll just take it up on a case by case basis.
Yes,
If there's an
right.
objection when the evidence is presented, there needs to be an objection at that time. So we gotta get on with this trial. Once we take a motion, it's fine.
Oh, dash cam video. It's just I'm objecting to the interpretation. Whatever, because I saw in the exhibit that the defendant party is also telling a narrative of the video, which.
Well, there's an officer here.
No, I have snippets that were included in my motion to continue this position from your dashcam video, which you offered as part of your petition. So you sort of verified the authenticity of it.
Oh.
So this is
yes,
what that was
it's-
referencing. Was the photos from your dashcam video.
Oh, so
That's it.
not the video, but it's just
Yeah,
this
yeah, yeah, just the
exhibit
snippets
scene.
from it. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Alright, I did.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, I got it connected.
Sorry, it took a little bit longer, 5 minutes. Oh, that's it. Alright, all of the witnesses that are gonna testify in the trial. Swear that they will tell the truth. Alright, I'm assuming you only have one witness, that's yourself. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna allow you to talk in the narrative. You don't have to ask yourself questions, you can just tell your side of the story. If she stands up and objects, please stop, so I can rule on the objection. You go forward, okay? So you can tell your side of the story.
So is this the opening statement?
Yeah, you can go ahead and make a brief opening statement. You want to not opening statement, not evidence. Kind of what you want to do, listen to it. Have a little background information. To be fairly short.
Okay.
But I'll allow you to start with the opening statement.
Okay. I'm prepared to switch for this trial. Leave anything out. Is okay if I read by the script? Okay. Got it. Oh, okay. Thank you. My name is Kate Pavlov. I'm the principal of this case, and thank you so much for taking the time to review this case. So I'm here today because the defendant, Mr. Kipper Bradford Ferguson, violated a clear and well-established Texas traffic safety law, and which directly caused a car accident that not only damaged my vehicle, but also endangered others on the road and injured an innocent third party. The evidence that I will present, including the dash cam footage and traffic signal timing, applicable Texas Transportation Code provisions, will show that the defendant has failed to maintain his lane and attempted to a sudden and illegal lane change just before the intersection and ran a red light in a 35 miles per hour zone while he was speeding at 65 miles per hour. And this wasn't...
Yeah, what's the argument?
Yes, so that's what else? Okay, so I'll leave it down. So this wasn't just a lapse in judgment, and it was a negligence per se, and it was for a direct violation of laws designed to protect all the drivers. So, in contrast, I entered the intersection lawfully while making a protected left turn and complied fully with the Texas law. And from here, I'll show that I was already inside the intersection and with the right-of-way when Mr. Ferguson had sped into the intersection and collided with my vehicle. And I'll also provide a police report that was based on incomplete facts and assumptions, and that the insurance company relied entirely on the flaws of the car.
The jury's to ignore anything about insurance. Insurance is not relevant in this case, and you should not consider insurance at all.
No. Okay. So, basically, I'm not seeking any compensation for the pain and suffering. I'm basically here to have this case be reviewed with the evidence so that the fault could be assessed properly, and so that if it was a major accident, it will be in my record, and that would clear my driving record, and that would affect financially further. It's just to clear my record in order to, and so that's the basic thing that I'm looking for, and getting it straight, and so since
We're here today because there was an auto accident. Plaintiff was found at fault in the police report. Mr. Bradford was not. He was struck and struck another vehicle. And plaintiff wants you all to review the evidence and reallocate the liability that an officer allocated to him to the defendant. And I'm asking today that you review the evidence, and unless you find fault with a trained police officer, that you reaffirm what was already put in place. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead and call your first witness.
Okay, so I'm actually the first witness. I've only brought myself and the dash cam footage and the interpretation of not interpretation, but basically slideshows of some views that I wanted to present. Or is it? Okay. Okay. One.
They're all documents.
Got it. So this here. All of snippets.
Okay, so this is what you're wanting to, right now, you want to hand them all of this. Each individual person.
It's not one copy, I brought this.
This can't go. These I object to. Completely. Can we approach?
Yeah, there's no narration.
It's the,
Oh.
if you can look here and tell me, I just would prefer you to. What is that? This is good.
Yeah, but I mean, everything was put together like
Yes, but you obviously
he
have somebody
narrated.
assisting you, giving you the data.
No, I actually
Who
found this.
calculated it?
I can do everything myself.
So why didn't you narrate it?
Well, I think the original reason why I had somebody else do it was so that I could from an unbiased perspective. That's why I had my friend take a look at it. That was the only reason.
I'm just
But
because
it-
it's presented as I don't know.
This is from the dash cam, and this is the Google Street, Google Maps.
How do you get this?
So this
Is this the timestamp?
yeah, this is the timestamp that was in the dash cam video, and that's
And this background is, it's not of the page itself, right? It's just a Google.
yeah, it's the Google Maps view.
But there's nothing that authenticates that these are accurate representations of the vehicle. There's no data, there's no authentication. There's this, but this he's trying to present us that that's the position of the vehicles, but there's no substantiation for that.
Which
Was the narration in the video. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, but I based it off of what I see in the dash cam.
But did you?
Shooting the landmark of
Okay,
it,
but did
and
you have something actually tracking his speed? Because you're estimating that you don't really have any.
this is my dash
Your
cam.
dash.
Yes, and this I put this together so that it narrates what
There's
actually
also
happened.
misrepresentation, because these are based on your lights, I don't think these are based on, you have no photo of the light that at the time that the plaintiff was there, and these patterns don't always follow the same patterns. They're programmed to change based on traffic patterns, days of the week, times of the day. So unless you were on the exact same day, the exact same time, about that pattern, they're irrelevant.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can see, now this is from your phone, right?
this is from my phone.
What about this?
Everything is from my phone.
Everything's from your phone?
Everything is
That
from my
front
car.
corner, that corner of yours, yes.
This is from your phone.
This is from my this is from my car, and yeah, basing off of what I see in here, this is where I located where the car exactly was. It's a landmark of, and there's also a zoomed in version that I just brought in as well. That actually shows clear.
What is
And this is also showing how his car was rocked now. So it shows that he was
This is
kind of
his car?
changed. This is his car. This is the defendant's car. And so he was trying to make a lane change.
You know, I'm gonna allow him to bring this in, but you can't use your friend's name.
Oh, no.
You gotta tell him what's in it. And then you use it properly.
Oh. Yes, so this part, actually this image that's zoomed in.
Of
so
those
that
squares?
Those are squares.
That's what
yes,
that is.
This is my dash cam.
No, I know,
Zoomed
but what
in.
I'm saying is
So-
that what's these were?
Yeah. And
It's
based
just
off of this,
these?
yes, this is what I located where the cars were. And that's all it is. And then, yes, it's basically the same as
They're all,
this.
each packet though is the same, you're gonna each juror the same packet.
Yeah, so, yeah, you're same package, two of them, this is six of them.
Sure.
Six of jurors, so one could like.
But this is a separate
look at
one.
it.
Okay, you're gonna have to bring this. Your Honor, I'm
And
sorry,
also-
it's,
All of this.
we submit all this ahead of time.
Let's be illustrated.
Can we just,
All
let's
of
just bring in the packet and let him look at it.
Right.
This, you've already looked at that. Just-
That's good.
Just do it all at once.
I don't, that's prejudicial, right? That's your,
Oh,
okay. And these are pictures of his dash cam.
With calculations and assertions that the assessor in certain places, that there's, again, there's more pages, and it's, if they're just pictures of the dash cam, that's fine. But there's more in here where it's showing vehicles that are in certain places, and the,
Why don't you just show your dash cam? You got your dash cam. Can you do this thing, show dash cam, and what happened?
it's just, it's
That-
just
The
specific
problem is,
point where.
this information now is obviously some calculations. You say you feel
No, this is done by me.
But this-
I had my friend there.
but when we were in the motion, prior to discussing this, you said that you find it out of it, and now after.
No.
But that's what you said. Do you understand what I'm saying?
That video is so hard. Calculation is hard.
But
Oh,
when I
yes.
asked what were the basis for that video and the calculations, then you said you found it.
Well, so that's
The problem is, it was your friend Darwin earlier, and now that after it's been experienced, there's the language that happened, and that's concerning for me.
this is the whole thing. And
I
that's
look,
it's the
I
same thing
understand what
that
you're saying,
everyone
but
could actually do.
I'm also doing my
Define
job.
the speed.
I'm trying to be careful. I know you're not representing the attorney. And you're telling me right now, I'm right, that you're the one that did these calculations?
I
Your
did all the
friend
time.
only did the narration?
We both did it.
Why
together.
did you have your friend do it?
This is two of us were looking at it at the same time as I did because I have a pen and I take a look at it too. I'm sorry, that was a lot in my blinds.
I'm related to it. Obviously, you should cross-examine about the distance and how you come up with this. But this, but don't, I'm not gonna, well, that's describing. How do you know that when you're driving 65 miles an hour?
So, based off of, it's one of the slides, that's like the test package, where it shows you from A to B how much you have in 1 second. And
But
that's
you're not
good.
an expert in that calculation.
But,
In order to present that, you just have
but,
this, I'm not well, I am going to allow you to show your calculations and make your argument. But as far as the law, the calculations here. Because you're not an expert. Well, you're not an expert in this.
but, I was just, this is what I came here for, and then,
I was a chemist before I went to law school, but I'm not an expert on it, so I'm not gonna go exercise that, I just don't have knowledge of it. The level of knowledge and experience from a far surpasses that of the average person.
Yeah, I mean, you're not an expert in calculation. In order to get the measurements, you have to have, it has to be reliable. So, I'll let you, now, if you want to say that, and you want to explain what you think, and then she can fix it down. But we need to help them shift.
yeah.
Put something in. Yeah. Do that.
Just use this. Oh, yes,
This you
yes,
want
yeah, yeah, yeah.
allowed. So
No,
this is,
I think that's this, yes, yeah, that's the first step we went up there. We're fine with the first thing. As long as it's just the first that he looked at and this, that's it. Does that make sense?
okay.
So just use this one, there's only 6, just use that one, so we don't have to find another one,
Okay.
okay? And it'll be faster than in waiting.
I just thought, too.
I know, but we're gonna take more time to
Oh, okay.
the pattern.
Wait, right here. So, I was gonna show through these packets right here, and what actually happened. I don't know if you see it. So, this here is one of the key points that actually happened during the accident. As you can see here, this light here is green, which is the link turning into. So let me actually just explain what happened, basically. Probably better if I could show you that first. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Is it? Just a dash cam. this is when the accident happened when I was making a left turn in the intersection. I was already inside of the intersection when the light had turned red, and in Texas law, Texas transportation code, as long as you're already inside the intersection, you're obligated to complete the turn. So that's why I actually first when the light had turned red, I had checked the distance of myself and what was in front of me, and I determined it was safe for me to complete a turn. And after that, then I had proceeded to complete my turn. And so what actually happened here is that since I was already inside of the intersection, I had the legal right to complete my turn, and therefore I proceeded. After I checked that the intersection or the oncoming traffic was clear. However, what actually happened here was that we have a defendant here who actually sped up after the light had turned red on his side, and this is how we could prove that his light was red, because the light of the lane that I'm turning into had already turned green. And after observing the traffic signals, I'm sorry, I'm not explaining this. Taking it by second by second, I've actually taken all the dash cam footage and broken them down to each sequence so that we could see the speed of how much I was traveling, and then there's other car that was traveling, and then the defendant's car that was traveling. So this is where I'm coming in. Right here, showing, so this is the start of 34 seconds here. So it takes me approximately one, and I'm taking each of these by each second, so what's a more efficient way to do this? I think I could also calculate it by how many messages we have. Let's see. So looking at the Google Maps here, this distance here is 190 feet, and then this distance here is 190 feet as well. So I'm doing a comparison right here, and how fast my car was traveling, and then the other car was traveling, and then the defendant's car was traveling. So this is from this manhole right here, which is 33 seconds. So it takes approximately, let's see, starts, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, in order for me to cover the same amount of distance. This is based off of where my car was located, basing off of where the dash cam was on this image, and the Google Maps distance that I calculated here. So it took 6 seconds for me to cover 190 feet. That's because I was coming to a stop. And then the next one here is the other driver, which, taking this from here to here, that's also 190 feet. So, let's see, so this is another example. This car starting from 39 seconds, which is this. Yes, this car that's marked in green. So you can see here, this is where he started off. Also looking at it from here, actually, yeah, this, because there's the drainage right here. That's where I base it off of, and he was also located here. So it takes this driver 1 second, 2 seconds. 3 seconds and 4 seconds to cover 190 feet. And the next one that I wanted to show is the defendant car. So this is, so at this point, where you see the car here, this car, actually I don't know if everyone could see it here, but basing off of the location that I see on my dash cam right here and the Google Maps, he nearly came to a curve right here when I had a solid yellow light. And then on the next one, this is when the light turned red on my side. So this from here, and this, let's see, okay, so at the start of 52nd, that's where I marked where he was at, which is near this drainage. 52nd. Yes, this drainage right here. So 50 and 51 and 52. So it took him 2 seconds to cover 190 feet. So that tells that he was excessively speeding in order to run the light, which defendant says that he was trying to beat the yellow light, but looking oh, right. Which I thought was the body cam that I brought in, that the officer who was questioning him, he actually said he ran a yellow light. However, he actually ran a red light. Looking at this here, actually going back to the first which is so this light here. If this light is green, going northbound on Basewood, then for his side, he should have had red, which means he ran a red light. And also, I've brought in another video sequence showing the behavior of the traffic light. Houston's traffic light has a time where all the lights turn red before any other light turns green. So if the light was green right here, 2 seconds prior to this, he should have seen a red light, which this is 51 seconds. On a 49-second mark, defendant was way back here, and that and still, this 49 seconds, there's still yellow on this picture. I'm going to get so basically that proves how much the defendant was speeding. When the light was solid yellow light, split second before it turned red. So this is where it turned red. And this solid red light, when the light had turned red, he was all the way back here, which was more than enough distance for me to determine that there was enough space that I would feel safe to complete my turn, since I was already inside the intersection. And how I prove that I'm already inside the intersection is by looking at it at the street here. You see, so this line right here is the center line right here. And if I saw that right here, that means that my car was already inside. Exact picture. So 49 seconds. That's the distance.
I just want to see what you're thinking. Is that part of what's in the package?
That's the same.
Is it out over there? Okay, okay, I just want to make sure.
This. as he was approaching the intersection, there's another thing that I wanted to note, that kind of like a little bit mixed up. So this here is it's really hard to see here, but if you look at it closely right here, okay, you see the defendant trying to make a lane change right here, coming into my lane. So what this is showing, that he was trying to get in front of this car to pass this car. And another thing that I also wanted to mention is that these two cars were parallel with each other right here. However, this car was coming to a stop, so you see a clear difference in the location of how much he has covered opposed to this car. So basing off of how much he has actually covered, 190 feet in 2 seconds, the calculation of that was 64 miles per hour at a street that was 35 miles for the speed limit. So the defendant was actually traveling 30 miles, nearly 30 miles over the speed limit. And therefore, even though I had to determine that there was enough distance, that's the reason that I could not react to the defendant coming in and colliding with me. And mostly when you make a turn, you don't look at the opposing traffic, you actually look at your turn. So that's why I didn't see the vehicle that was coming towards me. So therefore the accident happened. Had he been traveling at a speed of speed limit, that he would abide by the speed limit, he could have come to a stop, just the same way how I came to a stop at 190 feet. And so this speeding shows the behavior of the driver, and that's one part that I actually wanted to mention here, is that I'm assuming that he was trying to get in front of that car that he was parallel with. And then once he finds that, let me just take you to that. So this is the part where he actually was trying to make a lane change to the left, but then he was correcting because he saw me. And that's why this car is rocking here to the left. As you can see here. There's more weight on the left because when you actually try to make a turn, when you're going at that speed, the car does rock a little bit. So that shows how recklessly he was driving. And so he was speeding excessively, and he ran a red light. And also, if we take a look at it here, just to show that, I think I might have mentioned this, and I'm sorry if I'm repeating this, but at 49 seconds, when the light right here turned red, this is the 49 second. 50 and 52, 51. And this is when the light turns green. Actually, let me take you to, I think there's a bigger picture. Yeah, this is the part where on 51 second, it's still red, but on the next light here, in the next second here, the light turns green. So, starting from 49 seconds, it takes 2 seconds for light to change from all the light being red to the light and basewood going, like turning green. So it means that if this is green, it wouldn't make sense for the light for this side to be green, otherwise there would be accident all over the place. So this car, the defendant's car, he should have seen a red light 2 seconds prior to this. So, which basically tells that he actually ran a red light, and therefore he caused the accident. And it's also saying here, yeah, even in the rear dash view camera that I have, it shows a sequence where the red light turns green. And from what you see here, here, when that part. When the light had turned green, my car was already here, showing that I was already well within the intersection. So, and also by looking at, if there's any question that was I really inside the intersection, this is the beginning of the intersection right here. And you can see right here there's a little black dot right here between the center of the intersection, which is the medium from the beginning of the intersection to the center of the intersection. At this point, since I've approached enough that the black dot is almost being covered, this is where my car was. And at this point, since the black dot, the medium part of the intersection between the center of the intersection and the beginning of the intersection is already covered, my vehicle should have been here. So this makes my vehicle already being inside of the intersection. And since the Texas law allows the driver to proceed inside the intersection when the flashing light is yellow, that's why I had approached it inside. And I also did practice caution, therefore I stopped while it was flashing yellow for nearly 5 seconds after my car was already inside of the intersection. So, in order for me to not be a hazard to the traffic, I had to complete my turn, therefore I proceeded. And then I immediately after I checked the distance when the solid light, red light has shown, which is this distance. That's how I got the accident actually happened, because the defendant was speeding at such an excessive speed that he couldn't stop, and therefore he collided with my vehicle. So, and after that, after he has collided, he had traveled through the median to the other side of the Memorial Drive going westbound, and then he collided with the other vehicle, causing a third-party damage here, which caused this scene. Looking at this, the defendant actually ran a red light. He was speeding excessively, and he had failed to yield to a vehicle that was already inside the intersection, because the Texas transportation law notes that vehicle that's not yet in the intersection should be yielding to the vehicle that's already inside the intersection. So he failed to yield, and therefore he caused this accident. And that's basically what I wanted to show at first. And the rest of it is supporting evidence here. So yes, basically all of the slides that I wanted to show, and what actually happened during that accident.
You want to play that?
Yes. Should I talk a little bit until this? Yes, this is where I'm approaching. I think that is, basically what I wanted to show. And therefore, because of this, as I was saying, after this accident happened, the police officer showed up, and basically, without really assessing this dash cam properly, she said I ran a red light, which is not true, because I was already inside of the intersection. So that, because of that, the Texas transportation law to stop when the light should not apply. Of course, I should practice caution, which I did in this case, as I checked the distance. And since the police had thought that I ran a red light, that's why I have been cited as citation of failing to yield, and which is also not true because I had to practice caution before entering the intersection, which I checked the distance, which was more than safe distance when the light had turned red. And so because the situation was misassessed by the police that showed up, I have been cited, and then therefore the liability was put onto me, having that sent over to the insurance company to determine
Insurance is not relevant.
we need to, for the liability part.
Saying
Okay.
you can't talk about it.
Oh, okay. Not in that sense. So the liability was put on to me because of that. And after numerous tries, the fault was majorly put onto me. And in contrast to the dashcam evidence and the Texas transportation laws that I'm providing, and therefore, I really wanted this to be assessed properly according to the Texas transportation law, which states that Texas Transportation Code Section 544007 on the clause.
Yeah, show her.
Signals in general. This part. Vehicle facing.
Sure. Okay.
And another thing is hyphen 405.
That's already.
Yeah, and there's two
Oh, okay.
codes.
Well, you said 8. You said 5. That's why I was making sure you were on the right
sorry.
thing. It's okay.
This here is flashing signal. Facing flashing.
But that says a flashing red, which is irrelevant.
No, flashing yellow signal may proceed through intersection
Oh, okay.
or pass signal only with caution.
Okay.
Yes.
Sure.
So,
Okay.
so this is the Texas Transportation Code. The clause right here says, sorry, I just lost it. So just a second. Regarding the flashing signal, the operator of a vehicle facing a flashing yellow signal may proceed through an intersection or pass the signal only with caution, which I have practiced right here. And the other Texas transportation that I wanted to quote here was Texas Transportation Code 504007 on the E part. An operator of a vehicle facing a steady yellow signal is warned by signal, which means I'm warned. The yellow light does not necessarily mean you have to stop, but it's for you to be cautious, which I was also practicing caution when approaching the yellow light. So therefore, it didn't stop me. I didn't stop because it was. I didn't stop at the intersection because it was unlawful. Because this is how I was taught in Texas, that you are able to move into intersections, and then once you have actually you actually have the opportunity, you can actually make a turn to complete it, which is what I actually practice here. So this is the Texas Transportation Law Code that I actually wanted to point out, and that I was abiding by the Texas Transportation Code, and that I did not violate. And in opposition to that, the defendant here, sorry, just a second.
Okay, I'm sorry, start over with what you just said.
I wanted to mention all of this that's put together.
Is there a snippet? Where'd you get this from?
It's within the packets.
These are just snippets you took from the codes?
From the codes, yeah.
And just as long as you clarify it's not the complete code. And it's just snippets you took from it. Like portions, was it the entire code though? Or, I mean the entire statute, the entire provision, or it's just a portion of the provision is what I'm saying? As long as you clarify that it's a portion of the provision and not the entire provision. Like ... means you cut something out.
Oh no, I didn't cut anything out, so everything here, defendant's violation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
That, I heard
I'm
the
sorry.
touch screen. I thought I was going to screw everything up. We're
sorry,
going to have to start
just a
over.
second.
We're not starting over.
No. I think that's the
I was looking about this. See what I mean? Is that...
Shall ... control.
That's what I mean. So that's the point.
I mean, I could pull it up.
No. Just, you can do that. Just as long as it's... I think they've heard us talking anyway. They're portions of the provisions. So, go ahead.
Okay. All right. So to cite each transportation code that I have complied, I would, according to 545062, following distance, as mentioned, operator shall, if following another vehicle, maintain a sure clear distance between the two vehicles so that, considering the speed of the vehicles, traffic and conditions of the highway, operator can safely stop without colliding with the preceding vehicle. And which in this case I maintained a safe and legal following distance at all times. And the Texas Transportation Code Chapter 007 traffic in relation to the traffic control signals. It mentions here, operator of vehicle facing only a steady and signal shall stop at clear and marked stop line. If there is no stop line, operator shall stop before entering the crosswalk near the site of the intersection. So I entered the intersection lawfully before the signal changed to red. And also the definition of an intersection, which is also mentioned at 541.303. Intersection means the common area at the junction of two highways, including the area within the connection of the lateral curb lines or boundary lines of the roadways. Which means that once plaintiff's front wheels, which my Leo had crossed the stop line, the vehicle was legally within the intersection. So, what this means is that the Texas law and police training also recognize that the vehicle already in this intersection, before the light changes red, has the legal right to complete its movement. And drivers are not required to stop in the middle of the intersection. Also, for the Texas Transportation Code 545.302, which mentions obstruction of intersection, operator may not stop, stand, or park a vehicle in an intersection. So, I proceeded to move in order to, since I was already in an intersection, I proceeded to move to not become an obstruction. So, that's what I have done. That's what I followed. And so, and opposed to that, so Texas Transportation Code of, for the defendant's side, Texas Transportation Code 545.351, which mentions maximum speed requirement. Operator may not drive at a speed greater than is reasonable, prudent, under the circumstances then existing. So, he, according to this, he drove at a speed of 65, according to his calculation, at a speed posted speed limit of 35. So he violated this code, and also 544007, the relation, which is mentioning traffic control signals, and which mentions operator of the vehicle facing only a steady red signal shall stop at a clearly marked stop line. If there's no stop line, the operator shall stop before entering the crosswalk on the near side of the intersection. So, since the defendant was way behind the line of the intersection when the light had turned red, he violated the red light violation, according to this code. And also mentioning 541.401, a person commits an offense if the person drives a vehicle in willful or wanton disregard for the safety of persons or property. So this is what the defendant has violated is the speeding and sudden merging and secondary crash with a third party, which shows a willful disregard. And the failure to control speed as well for 545.351, which mentions an operator shall control the speed of the vehicle as necessary to avoid colliding with another person or vehicle that's in or entering the highway. So, since he actually proceeded to speed up when he had red lights, he had actually also violated this as showing failure to control the speed. So, therefore, those are the points that I wanted to bring up. What I have actually followed on my part, and what the defendant has not followed, according to the Texas Transportation Code. So, that's basically what I wanted to present right now here. before. Actually looking for the numbers, but this is the citations that I was given. And that this has been dismissed.
Okay.
And this is the police report that you also marked in your exhibit. This is
Oh, okay. Okay.
because of that, well, despite all of this, what I was cited from the police, that I had failed to yield right of way, which is not true since I practiced caution before entering, and that I had checked the distance between myself and the other car. And this ticket has been dismissed almost a year and a half after this ticket has been issued, since I hired a traffic attorney for this. And so this was one of the main reasons that the liability was put onto me, because this police report and the failed to yield right away, without taking this fact into consideration, because this was mentioned without taking this into consideration, most of the liability was put into me. And here on the police report, it says Unit 2, which was traveling westbound, which is Mr. Ferguson here, westbound on the block 14,000 block of Memorial Drive in the left lane. Unit 1, which is my vehicle, was traveling eastbound, waiting at the yield light to turn left onto the 700 block of Basewood Drive. And Unit 3, which is the other vehicle that Mr. Ferguson hit after he went to the other side of the Memorial Drive, after he hit me, was also traveling eastbound in the right lane on the 14,000 block of Memorial Drive. And it's mentioned here, Unit 1 failed. I failed to yield the right-of-way and struck Mr. Ferguson, which caused Mr. Ferguson to lose control of the vehicle, jumping over the median and striking the other vehicle. All units sustained major front end damage. And this is where I wanted to mention that this is not assessed properly, because the dash cam wasn't reviewed properly by the officer who was looking at this, and also not taking into consideration that I was already inside of the intersection, and I was practicing following the Texas Transportation Code and traffic law to complete the turn to the left. So that's what I wanted to challenge here today. Given all this evidence, I think I might have explained something in Currently, I work at IT.
in IT, and what did you do prior to that?
I was a freight forwarder.
I'm sorry?
Freight forwarder.
Do you want me to turn, can y'all hear him? Okay, I'm just gonna look at
Oh.
I'm just gonna do this, that way they can hear me, you know.
So,
I'll do that, but I'm wrong, so I'll do it.
so the answer that I gave so far was, I worked as IT, currently, and then before this, I was in freight forwarder. Freight forwarder, so this, basically this was shipping documents for shipping company.
Okay. So I want to ask, have you, when the police came to the scene, we've established that. When officer came, did you show her the dash cam video?
Yes. I
And she
did.
reviewed it?
She reviewed it. However, the dash cam was very small. Oh, I'm saying.
Okay.
I showed it.
Okay, thank you. And after she saw the scene of the accident, spoke to the various parties involved, and viewed your dash cam, she still assessed the liability to you and gave you a citation for failure to use?
Yes.
Okay. Are you an accident reconstructionist?
No.
Okay. Do you have any training in accident reconstruction?
No. No.
Okay. Do you have any formal training other than viewing statutes online with the Texas Transportation Code?
No.
Okay. Do you have any training at all related to emergency responses?
No.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge in handling traffic-related incidents, specifically collisions or ensuring road safety?
That's from the driver's ed that I have taken.
Good. Okay, so your knowledge is from driver's ed?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever done any formal, and we kind of touched on it, any formal training in accident investigation? Have you ever had any formal training in accident investigation?
No, that's not.
What about any kind of formal training with, say, TCLA, the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement?
No.
Okay. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, any kind of training?
No.
Okay. So, your analysis of liability is simply your opinion based on your dash cam footage. Is that correct?
It's
Okay.
from, yes. It's
Yes?
from
And so that alone is what you're basing your assertion that the police officer is incorrect and that the defendant should be found liable. Okay. You said that the ticket you received after you hired an attorney to handle it was dismissed. Why was it dismissed?
For that, the reason was not very,
What I'm getting at is, was it dismissed on the merits, or was it dismissed because the officer was unable to appear?
this was based off of witness unavailable.
Okay, so what, they didn't go to the merits of the accident, it was because the person who was there that gave you the citation wasn't able to appear that day in court.
I looked up what this is what. It means witness unavailable?
Yeah, that means the
Yes.
officer was unable to appear. Okay. So, even though it was dismissed, it wasn't considered dismissed on the merits. Okay. You gave us a lot of photos of Google Earth footage and everything. Did you actually go out after the accident and measure the distance? Because you went out with a tape measure or with an electric measure and measured the distance that everybody traveled, and what you're citing in all of your calculations. You went out and in your discussion here where you're saying he traveled X number of feet, you went out with, what instrument did you use to measure the 90-something feet you were talking about?
So it was Google Map was very accurate, and also I actually went to the site measuring.
With what? What did you utilize?
So I walked.
You used the feet.
I used my feet.
Okay, but you didn't use an actual instrument that's been calibrated that shows us that the distance is accurate. Because when we're talking about speeds and distances, minute changes can have huge impacts. So, did you use an actual calibrated, I forgot what they're called, it's the electric one that measures long distances, but did you use any tool other than Google Maps that's quasi-accurate, or your feet, which, I mean, we could measure it, but, I mean, did you use anything else other than those two tools?
No.
Okay.
The two.
Did you reach out to, you're talking about the 2-second lapse in lights. Did you reach out to the city of Houston or to Harris County and ascertain from them or get a certified document or anything from them that shows the light pattern in that area? Or did you simply go out and observe it?
I went out and observed it.
Did you go back to observe on the same date and time as the accident?
So I did it at night also, and the same day, it was on Friday, 12 o'clock.
So you
I
went on the
back.
same day of the week?
Same day of the following week.
Okay. And did you confirm, so we all know that some of these traffic lights are on a pattern, and some of them are on a pattern with a sensor to change dependent upon the flow of traffic. Did you confirm with the appropriate governmental entity that manages that, what type of traffic light system that is?
So, checking with the government entity?
So either it's, and I'm not 100% sure which one, I did try to figure it out, but I couldn't. If that's Harris County or the city of Houston that manages those street lights, did you reach out to them and confirm with them that this is a permanent pattern that doesn't change per, you know, the first of the month is busier than the last of the month or anything like that? Some are set where there's a flow of traffic and that triggers the change in pattern of the lights. Did you confer and ascertain the authenticity of what you're saying here? Like, did they confirm to you that this is the traffic pattern, the light pattern? Or was it your observation? Because it changes day to day. So did you actually make sure that the light pattern you're saying was in effect at that time and basing this on is the same light pattern that was in effect on the day of the accident?
So it was solely based on my observation. But however, though.
No, yeah, go ahead. I'm listening. I'm looking for
Okay.
this. Go ahead.
So it was pretty much my observation. However, though, it doesn't take. It just takes common sense for
Okay,
that.
objection.
whatever.
That has nothing to do with what.
Okay, so if the light of
I don't understand what it's saying.
so
Or the question. Actually, it says response, I didn't understand the response, so we're looking at that.
You said it doesn't take common sense.
Well, I'm an overrule, I mean, you would use the common sense.
I mean, if the light heading northbound was green, the light heading westbound and eastbound, if that was also green, there would be a problem, wouldn't it? So it should be red on both sides.
It should be, but do you have, and it should be by your standard, by your calculations, and by your observations. Do you have anything substantial that shows what the traffic pattern was, or the light pattern was, at the time that the accident occurred? Do you have anything that shows the color of the defendant's light at the time the accident occurred? Actually, at the time he entered the intersection. Do you have anything?
It was from it doesn't show his side, but
It shows your
it's just
side.
my side and the timing that I have observed countless times at that intersection. It takes 2 seconds, which all the lights are red before any of the light turns green.
But again, do you have anything, that's your opinion, we're gonna take you at your word. So my question is, when somebody is asserting something technical like that, I want something to substantiate it. I want a recording, I want something from whatever entity governs the pattern to tell me that. But you're telling me it's your observation that it's 2 seconds. But was it 2 seconds the day that happened? That's my question, is do you have anything to back up your assertion that there is a 2-second pattern and that's what confirms that this light would have been red when he entered it?
Well, also, that car that was right next to him was coming to a stop.
We've also already ascertained that you're not an expert in active reconstruction, and I know there's been a million times I've been on the road and somebody next to me is stopped when the light is yellow and almost caused an accident because everybody else knows you can still go, and I'm flying past them thinking, oh my gosh, what did I do? But they're stopping at a yellow light. So without you having a photo of the light that the defendant was facing, it's obviously in your favor to say his light was red. So do you have anything to substantiate that claim?
Don't.
So no, is your answer?
There is no, yeah. Yeah.
So when you pull up to an intersection, you keep talking about that in the state of Texas, once someone enters an intersection, they have an obligation to proceed through the intersection. And I agree with you on that. Except that the spirit behind that provision is that someone is traveling at a high rate of, let me strike that. Someone is traveling at a speed that matches wherever they're at. And they're heading, and there's a yellow light, or there's a green light, and sometimes yellow lights are fast, and they're coming, and they can't safely stop because the light turns yellow, and they've got someone behind them. So they are given grace to enter that yellow and proceed through, even if just the nose of their vehicle is in there while it's yellow and it turns red, they can still proceed through. That's the spirit of that, and it's to convey safety on the roads. What I view in your dash cam video and what you reiterated multiple times was that you were at the intersection and you inched up in and then said, okay, and I'm going to turn, and correct me if I'm wrong, because this is what I take away from what you said was, and that then you looked at where you were turning. You looked, it was clear, and then you looked at where you were turning, and you continued. And you're justifying that based on the fact that you had already gone into the intersection. But you're not supposed to go into the intersection until it's clear. Am I correct? Were you at the line, or were you inching, waiting to see if it would be clear, and now I'm going to go? Because those are two different scenarios. You can't abuse that law and sit in an intersection so that you get to go after the light turns red. That law is there to protect people, to prevent them from being rear-ended or resulting in additional accidents. So when I look at your video, you go up, kind of stop, and then you roll into the intersection to wait to see if it's clear. Is that correct?
Only because I was permitted.
You're permitted to if you are in movement. You're not permitted to stop at a line where it tells you this is your designated stopping place, roll into an intersection, and then just go, okay, now it's clear, I'm going to go. And then you, in your own words, were you looked clear, then you looked to where you were turning, and you proceeded. Did you turn and look again? Because you're supposed to look, and then look again if we're talking about driver's ed. And I know this because my driver's ed teacher played baseball with my dad. And he beat my head in about different things because I was the person in class that did not. And he got away with it. So my question is, by your own description, you stopped and then you proceeded into the lane even though it wasn't quite clear, and then you looked and said, okay, there's traffic, I'm gonna, okay, I think it's clear, and then I'm gonna look this way, and then I'm just gonna drive. And now here comes somebody that's driving down the road that has no obligation. They don't have a blinking yellow light. They don't have an obligation to yield to oncoming traffic or to anything. They're in a straight lane of traffic. And your reasoning is, well, I mean, I was in the intersection, so I got to go, even though you technically were impeding an intersection because you're not supposed to wait in the middle of the intersection to turn. Is my understanding of the scenario incorrect?
So I started a turn during the flashing yellow light because I was allowed to do so. And then, since there was more traffic coming in, that's why I practiced more caution. And then, once the light had turned red, that's where I have the protective lesson. I checked it. It was more than enough distance.
Well, it obviously wasn't more than enough distance because there was a bridge. So that speaks for itself.
Yes, however, the defendant was speeding.
According to you, and you're not an expert in accident reconstruction, you're not a law enforcement officer.
However, from the dashcam video, you see that I came to a stop off same distance in 6 seconds, and then the other vehicle came to a stop in 4 seconds, and this previously took 2 seconds. There's a huge significant difference in speed.
But we don't know what was going on. You don't know where his light was. He maybe didn't have an obligation. Those people that stopped in 4 and 2 seconds may have been those people that are annoying and stop at yellow lights. No offense. But you don't know what he was looking at. You're making assertions without any factual basis other than what you could observe, but there was more going on than what you could observe. Is that correct? Because unless you tell me you could see his lights, this is conjecture on your part. Or did you get a light camera video from the city of Houston? Did you get their light pattern? Because what I'm looking at is a licensed, experienced police officer saying it's your fault and assessing liability to you, and someone who turned and admittedly went into an intersection, looked and then didn't look again and looked in the direction they were turning and got hit while they were crossing a lane of traffic, which do you have anything that counters that?
Repeat the last part.
I'm going to. It's fair enough. My question is, everything that you have shown us today is based on your observation from one position. But we all know we don't have any video, we don't have any camera, we don't have any photograph, nothing from the defendant's perspective, other than the defendant who spoke to the police officer and told the police officer it was a yellow light. And the police officer agreed, wrote a police report, and assessed liability to you. I know your ticket was dismissed. It was dismissed because someone didn't show, it wasn't on the merits. To me, that has no substantial value. But you have, it doesn't. My husband's a police officer, it has none.
Yeah.
So you have to, I'm asking you, do you have anything that backs up your claim that plaintiff's light was red other than your calculations and your foot walked measurements and your assertions? Because you have every motivation for your calculations and everything to go into your favor. Do you have anything that discounts an experienced and educated and trained officer's assertion of an event?
Just they prove itself.
With your calculations and your foot walk measurements and Google Earth. Do you have anything else that changes that? Because by your own words and video, you went and then you went into the lane. And the law that protects people continuing through yellow lights when they turn red is not there so that everybody can inch into a lane and just turn when the light turns red. If we did that, if everybody had that perspective, we would have mass chaos. The yellow lights wouldn't matter, red lights wouldn't matter. So do you have anything that backs up your argument and assertion that defendant was speeding, that defendant's light was red, and he ran a red light other than your calculations? Do you have something substantial? Because when I have photographs, and there's stuff for you if you'd like. I don't know if you'd like this set. Actually, let me switch sets with you. I want that set because it's like with it. If you look at this is his dash cam video, and I'm sorry, but I couldn't get it to turn on my printer, so we just have to switch. So yeah, there are variations on the same thing. If you look, he's sitting in the intersection, and the light's turning red, and then he goes. This is not mid-movement. He's sitting in the intersection. That in and of itself is impeding traffic. You can't say, well, he was wrong, and so it's all his fault, when you were wrong, and we have no proof that he was wrong. We have photographs that show you're sitting in an intersection when you should be sitting behind the line. That idea is, it's clear, and you roll through, and you turn. You come driving up, the light's blinking yellow, it's clear, you go, and someone's coming. That's not what you did. You went, you kind of slowed down, and then you stopped in the intersection. That's not how that law works. So I'm asking if you have anything to counteract that, to contradict that.
Other than Why would that? So it's true that I don't have a view of his light. However, the sequence of the time mentioned, and according to you, this is just my interpretation, an opinion, an assessment.
Assessment, yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't have anything else. Yes.
Okay.
How it will be.
That's all. You answered the question. I don't have any questions for him. I would like to ask Austin a few questions.
You know what I'm going to redirect if you don't have to say questions. You want to say anything else?
Oh, yes. So, as you can see here, there's two cars right next to each other. If this car was speeding, why did this car come to a stop?
We can't speculate that. Unless you've spoken to them and asked them, you can't speculate what their thought process was. I don't know. Why do a lot of people stop in the middle of the road? Why do they pull over? Why do they slow down and stop at yellow lights? Why do they run red lights? I don't know. But you can't speculate what they were doing and say this is what they were doing without knowing for a fact that that's what they were doing. So unless you spoke with them and you have their testimony somewhere, an argument that they were slowing down and one was doing this because the light was this, without any evidential proof of that, that's just your opinion. That's why I'm asking you. You're presenting it as though it's fact, but I'm asking you, do you have anything to back it up that shows it's more than just your opinion?
Opinion as in if that's my assessment,
Well,
if it's equal to that.
your assessment is also your opinion based on your calculation and observation of what you saw happening. But what I'm saying is you're basing a significant amount of this on the fact that two vehicles were slowing down and doing this. But unless you spoke to them, and you know why in fact that one slowed down and one slowed at a different rate, and you have no idea why they were slowing down. Maybe somebody was slowing down to make a turn. Maybe they got something in their eye. We could do this all day and maybe why they took the steps and actions they did. But without you having actual knowledge and evidence based on what they were doing, then your speculation on them slowing down for one reason or another has no weight because you don't have anything to back it up and prove it.
However, why would that excuse defendant speeding through the light?
That is your assessment of defendant is speeding, based on your walk pattern, based on a car slowing down, based on defendant's car, somebody's car rocking because they were about. Look, any of us are going to swerve if we see a car turning into our lane, no matter what. He could be driving whatever speed. If you see a car coming into your lane, you are going to swerve, you're going to hit your brakes, you're going to react. And if you don't, then you don't need to be driving. If you're driving a vehicle and you don't have a reaction time, you shouldn't be driving that vehicle. I think we can all agree to that. So arguing that his car rocked or this car slowed at this rate, I am asking you, do you have anything that supports that assertion?
Sorry. Oh, yeah, sorry. So the fact that from landmarking from point A to point B, as shown from the dash map, and basically what you're saying is what I'm interpreting as you saying everything that I've tested so far is based on my opinion and my assertion without
Are
any
you
facts.
an accident researcher? Do you have formal training in this area? I know,
Yeah.
that's what we're doing here. Yes, that's what I'm saying, because you're not an expert. You're not trained to do this. There are people that spend years learning to do this. And you're telling me based on Google Maps and a dash cam that you can do what people take years to train to do. And I'm asking you gotta have more than that. You can't, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But it doesn't really take that much of it. Okay, I see what he's saying. Let's keep going then. Get because of credibility of what my findings are, but the way how we actually speed is not really something that an expert needs to know. It's something that we learn.
But if
Embrace
we are
it.
gonna take this as supporting evidence, then it does need to be, we covered this, it does need to be what an expert says. Otherwise, it's your opinion. When you're an expert, it's their opinion, it's their expert testimony. If you are a layperson, it is simply your assessment or opinion. So I'm asking you, do you have something that shows from the defendant's side or anything more to support your assertion, your assessment, your opinion?
I disagree with it that it's my opinion. It's showing here in the dash cam that that's the light pattern that's showing. But I'm not a professional. And as you said, that is true. I'm producing that. But it doesn't really take that much to practice looking at an image and understanding it for what it is, calculating the time of how much the car has traveled within certain seconds. So,
How about we agree to disagree? Let's just go to the we could sit here and do this back and forth all day.
Yeah.
But they've given us a ton of
I
time.
think everything's been there.
right. No, that's it. Thank you.
Do you have any other witness? I mean, this is
Do you-
No.
so you rest?
Oh,
You want to present any other evidence? Any other witness?
This, I have one more exhibit that I actually wanted to show, if that's,
Okay, now's the time to show it.
Okay. Okay.
Let's kind of move along because everybody wants to talk.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just cross-checking. May I double check with you? This is not one I'm presenting, but this is one I'm referring to when I'm looking through the body cam. And this is the timestamp of what actually happened.
Okay. I gotta back up. I can't. No, I have to back up. My eyes are finally going. So here, can I just do this? I'm sorry. I noticed in the last 7 months I have to. Are you gonna read it out, or are you just gonna pass it and let them look at it? Or?
Oh, I'm just gonna grab specific points and the body cam.
Where? I don't know where this can be.
This is the body cam, and it's just a timestamp that I'm gonna be referring to.
You know, that's fine. The officer's here, so I can confirm the authenticity.
Body on camera.
I really was just asking where the data came from.
This came
Okay.
Constable Ted,
And that's what this language, these excerpts are from, is from that? Okay.
This is where I noted from him.
That's fine. I was just asking where this came from. Okay, sure.
You just want to show that?
Yes, not everything, but certain points, key points within the body worn camera, because it's too long to show everything.
Oh, I see.
This is the body worn camera of Officer April Casas. So, let me back up. Am I backing up? What? Let me recalibrate. What I actually wanted to point out from here is that he mentioned that he was in the left lane while he was actually on the right lane on his side. So there's an inconsistency right there, as well as him saying that he ran a yellow light while he could have had a red, according to Ms. Maxwell. That is just my that's where his inconsistency, I believe, is at, where he is actually not being truthful to the officer here at site, even though he should have had red light. And also did mention somewhere that he had, I think he mentioned,
there any way he can see the footage that's being shown as evidence? The other video that's shown was provided originally. This is new to everybody.
Yeah, if you want to bring it up here and show it on this camera, we'll show it there on the screen. You'll have to hold up. You'll have to see yourself in the room.
Officer Sterling. Well,
Okay, so the gray vehicle was going eastbound in the left lane, turning left. Now I have to ask you this, when you were coming through that intersection, had you already stopped for the light, or was the light green, or were you stopped and then you were going? So the light was yellow? Okay.
Yeah.
You came from that side?
Oh.
He was on that side, like a head on, traveling, west, in the left lane. The gray car over there was traveling east, in this turning left lane, and they came in contact in that intersection, and he ended up over here. Okay, either way, that's far away to come.
Well, we'll take a 5-minute break, let the jury, break, and then we'll come back.
I think he was just asking about the snippet you showed. He didn't ask to see what was in the video. It was just the snippet that was being presented.
well, I wanted to
Well, I'll
cross-check
tell you what,
with
once I go and take a break, we'll talk about it.
All rise for the jury.
So you want to show 10 minutes?
approximately 10 minutes ago. But it's just certain things that said, that I need to.
I certainly don't mind going over the $3 reason, but I think that is staff.
Oh,
And you haven't put on your case yet, so how long do you think you're?
I don't think I need that.
I mean, you got witnesses too, basically,
I mean, this isn't been added up, it's basically confirming, asking for that accident. This was never presented ahead of time. I mean, typically, if you're gonna present evidence, you would have provided it ahead of time.
well, that's good, but this but I am sorry. I'm giving you about the time that you're going to say. It's moving very, very slowly. We've got to do that. And I hate to keep the officer here too. I mean, she's got everything she needs to do. Can we do that? Why don't we put the officer on, get her testimony so she can leave? Okay, let's do that. If you want to say something else, I'll let you do it.
The way this one was to see this, I just need to see that. I just wanted to see what was being certified because I've never seen that video.
So why don't we do that? We'll take it back to home, we'll have the officer testify, and then after we see it through, we can leave, and let you show a little bit more of that, and then we can finish this thing up. So that's all, you know. everybody this is dangerous. I'm good. But convincing him to go, you know, it's okay for you to go. I've got a emergency button that I've never used, so. And I don't think anyone here is a threat to us, so you're free to go. Okay. Alright. So I'm gonna take a 5-minute break and do a wedding real quick too.
Aw.
So I'll do those in the afternoon. Okay, alright.
So if I can ask you to join the Zoom meeting, so instead of clicking the laptop, you can screen share that.
Oh.
And so, that's my job. Yeah. Because you're worried like that's the one time something's gonna go wrong. All it takes is one.
Here's the deal. I scheduled wedding. I do them in the afternoon. One in the fourth. I just have one.
I can take my stuff out.
Yeah, but they have a photographer, so they want to do a shooting.
I can take mine and y'all kind of use this angle if I move out.
Can I write the number here?
Yeah, but it's
Oh,
his
yes.
desk.
Sure, I'll go out. So
If
I'm
you
not
can
infringing on their moment.
move your stuff
Even though I'm not
completely
waiting.
in, and then while you're outside, if you don't mind joining.
Is everything else that's laid out? Or
I'm sorry?
is it
Yes,
everything?
everything. Help?
I think we got it. Did I get everything all together?
Yeah, because I can't reach up that high.
Okay, so question, do you guys have any, get something advice to play with the bride and groom and everybody's listening to that? Will you take her stuff? Oh, she's getting it, okay. You'll go on this side. Oh, she didn't have it. I like this side. See how the bride and groom comes out. Bride and groom. Hello? Are you the bride and groom outside? I said that everybody else goes out the courtroom. I mean,
Y'all have, ooh, I don't know, Mom. I don't know about this, cause
are you good?
this is just right back.
Okay, you're gonna go in. Let me get you guys to back up from me. I don't want the door to hit you guys. I'm gonna bring you. Think that you're beautiful.
Yes, she's,
You're beautiful.
She is beautiful, yes.
But she's angry right now. I understand. I understand. I understand. I don't want to. Yeah. I understand. You're gonna take a minute to breathe. You're gonna be recorded and everything. I'll take the ball. I'm gonna take care of it. I'm gonna take the ball after that. Well, so actually it was made by somebody. I learned years ago in my age, you don't have anything to say right about it. But that's who you're married, so if nothing else, I'll take it.
Yeah, I am.
Good luck to you. Good luck to both of y'all.
It's just like the.
Nothing's funny. Time is funny. Mud it is funny. It has been a long day. I've been waiting for this way.
It's just the reactions, that's it.
They messed up at my wedding. I was out of town. I spent a small mini fortune to get a veil and all the stuff made. And they sent us the stripes instead of the veil. And my mom was living, and she was about to ruin my mind already. She was so angry. If you leave here married today, it's successful. That's all that matters at the end of the day. Just remember that. Big picture. That is all that matters. When you leave here and you have the rest of the
Ready, Judge?
Yeah, I got it.
Downhill's gonna be. They tell nothing to the team.
Yeah, next.
This was $5. I used my card, I never cash on me. They charged me $5.
It was $185.
free those for 5 minutes when you want to
I don't even, those guesses, and I'll get it from here.
It's because we all looked at it when you walked off the
I was thirsty, so I didn't really care about more than $45.
It looks good. It's still there.
Why not? I'm here. We're here for a long time. There you go. I know, right?
So even comfortable. 15? You look like a baby! I thought you were, no, really, I thought you were looking maybe like really. I was gonna say maybe like 20. I'm so scared. Probably. It's good. Really? Well, I'm really, yeah. Did you just get a haircut? Yeah, mine is good too. You know, our son got a haircut. And he comes with his haircut and he's all trimmed. And he's, you know, it's like, wow, he looks, and then, you know, after like a week, I'm like, yeah, no, you look like you. How do you like being
in 14 years of patrol, and I've been there.
Okay.
You gotta go to the end of it, and then you get interviewed and all that.
Yeah.
Finally, it's like,
Yes. I keep trying to get him to do that. The older guy. My husband does. He went to Texas City. He was like crime scene and all the nasty stuff. And then he left for a while and went back to precinct 1 and was patrol, which well, and then now he does service. Well, he's, oh gosh, so he went into the academy when I started, so since 2004, but he left for a few years because he went to work at like the refineries because it pays way better, and he hated it, missed being an officer, and we left and went back. And but they're hiring. I think his areas, I think his division's hiring for service. Why? They've been reinforcing. Well, yeah, you're here. I mean, he's outside. He's doing, like serving. But he likes it because he's moving. He does. They have done every once in a while school evictions over at Oakwood, but he hated it. So is he. He's like, I don't care. He's from a Charger. He's like, I don't care. Yeah. What do you, he does, he's been doing that, there's a homeless initiative. He's been doing on like Friday nights, and he does, where are you at? Oh, the, he does, he did that, no, he does the homeless thing, and then he used to work at like a studio where he was just like security.
Absolutely.
Sitting in the AC at the desk.
Probably have like in 2 days. But let me take some of y'all out here.
Wherever you're ready.
We have a witness stand, if you want to sit there.
Do you want me to go ahead and start?
Sure.
Okay. Can you please provide your name, your occupation? I'm a deputy at Harris County Constable District 5. Okay, and can you go ahead and tell me what kind of formal training you have? So I have all types of training, from accidents to, sports, taking people to jail, transportation goals, pretty much anything you could think of for law enforcement. I've had it, I have my SQL training license, so, yeah.
Okay, and how long have you been an officer?
Approximately 5 years.
And have you been in patrol the entire time?
Yes.
And so, is it fair to say you have extensive experience working police?
Yes.
Okay. And this is the police report. Do you want to look at it? It's the,
I have.
so, can you kind of go look at that and is that the accident you recall? Do you recall that day?
Yes, I recall this accident and I recall the day of the accident as well.
Okay. So, can you kind of give me, or give the jury, your assessment of the accident that day?
So, when I got to, two cars, accident, it wasn't until maybe 5 minutes after that there was a third vehicle involved. So from my prior look of the vehicle, I'm seeing, as I start speaking to the drivers, like I said, that's when I realized, oh, there's a third vehicle involved. unit,
There, I don't have it.
Oh, okay.
Like, so you can, so you know who.
oh, there we
who
go,
it
there
is.
we go. Okay, so, speaking to Mr. Ferguson, this was my unit 2. He advised me that he was traveling, westbound on Memorial Drive. He advised me that he wasn't too sure which lane it was, which was understandable after a collision or not too sure what was going on. So he advised me he was driving in the, westbound side of, Memorial Drive. He advised me he was in the left, lane of Memorial Drive, and he was starting to proceed past the light. He advised the light was yellow. He advised once he started passing that light, once he already passed, he realized he was hit, which caused him to lose control of the vehicle, jumping over the median, crashing into the unit 3. And then that's when I realized there was another unit, which was unit 1. And he advised me that he was in the turning lane of Memorial Drive on the eastbound side. I'm very familiar with this light. I've been a patrol for 5 years, so I drive down the street all the time. So I know that this light is a yield light. It's always flashing. It's flashing all the time, so when it's flashing, you have to yield. So he advised me that he was in the left turning lane, and he advised that he went, and then a collision occurred. So after all assessment, everything began. He advised me that he did have dash cam footage, but at the time he couldn't pull it out because something with his SED bar going on or something like that. So once everything accident was moved off the road, I was able to view his dash cam, and that's when I realized of the light that he was talking about flashing. The light was flashing yellow. Do you want me to?
Go.
Okay. So, as I see the dash cam, I see the yellow light flashing. He starts getting forward, and he's in the middle of the intersection. The light turns red, and he proceeds to go. So, I remember, because he was very argumentative, that he did not run a red light, he did not fail to yield. And after explaining to him multiple times, yes, you did, according to your dash cam footage, he was still very argumentative, which I then gave him a citation for failure to yield.
So after viewing the dash cam, after hearing everything today, do you stand by your opinion and your assessment in the police report, to the word, or do you still stand by that?
Absolutely.
And there's been a lot of talk today about if you enter the lane while it's yellow, you can proceed through. And my understanding is that is correct in certain circumstances. Can you explain what your duty is when you're at a left turn? Are you allowed, and what I'm asking is kind of, are you allowed to force lane the intersection lane? And what, can you explain how that law applies to this situation?
So, if you want to cite the penal code, this transportation code, so there is a white solid line, which you should always be behind in a light, at a designated point. So you should always stop behind that white line. No matter if you have a yellow line, there's no reason for you to start inching out, because at any time that light can just turn red, and then, for instance, this occurs. So that is a reason being why there's that white line designated to stop behind, to prevent instances like this. So you need to stop at the white designated line before proceeding to the intersection.
So if someone stops at the white designated line, and then kind of roll forward so that they can see if it's clear, and then they proceed, does that satisfy the provision of, well, I entered the lane while the light was yellow? It's, what is the parameters for that?
So, when entering the intersection, like I say, you should always stop behind the white line. I know people proceed because maybe they don't have a clear view or they're not too sure if there's any vehicles coming, trees, things are in the way. But at all times, you should yield, especially if it's a flashing yellow light. So no matter in what instance, you need to fail to yield the right of way, which is your opposite wherever you're at. So if when he was in the intersection, he could have easily just backed up when he saw that the light was there. He could have backed up where he was and just waited until the next consecutive of the light.
So if someone inches up and goes over the white line and they're sort of waiting in that intersection area, are they technically impeding that intersection at that point?
Yes.
So when someone puts themselves in that position, does that still give them the authority to argue that they were already in the intersection? So then they're protected by the fact that they entered it while it was yellow?
No, I don't believe so.
And then one more thing, it was brought to our attention that there was the citation was issued and then it was dismissed. But per the dismissal, it was dismissed because the officer was unable to appear. Does that go to the merit of the ticket? Did you not go because you felt like the ticket was wrong and you wanted it dismissed?
Well, I wasn't notified that the ticket was being presented in court, so I was never notified that my appearance was needed at the court.
So the ticket was presented without the key witness
Yes.
being notified by the team of
No.
So then it doesn't go to the merit? No. Okay. That's it. That's my only questions.
Okay, do you have any questions?
Yes, so on the data you're asking, you did mention the body on camera that I have right here, that what you see is your assessment, or your opinion, is what you actually mentioned here. And the rest of it is going to be investigated by when it's submitted to the company who actually determines the liability.
Objection.
So what I was taking from that is that you were forfeiting your responsibility to assess the situation correctly, and you should left it up to the other party, to the defendant. You were basically saying that, okay, whatever I'm just saying whatever that I see, just play it through, just so that it's much more clear. And I'm gonna go ahead and share this.
Just so y'all, see where it says Kita? It should, you should be able to stream up on the screen.
Oh, oops, sorry. Sorry. Okay. So. Okay, see here. So. Here. So I need to share this audio, but it's gonna howl if one of the, is it possible for you to mute over there? So that this could be.
Y'all know how to fix all that. My clerks are definitely smarter. than
Oh,
me. I'm just-
you should be able to highlight your mic and just click it and it should mute it.
I think the very bottom left, and if you click on that, it's going to mute it. Wherever there's some. If this is the microphone that's main, then I'll
You should be able to do it with yours.
You're unmuted.
I mean, if this was here, you can use yours.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm going the opposite. Okay. Is it showing? Yes, it's showing. Now that's showing. Okay.
On yellow.
That's what they both said, yeah. Yes, wait.
Just back up a little bit. So right there. Is it okay with my voice? So basically what you said right there is fault is not determined by you, it's determined by the insurance company. That's basically implying that. Okay.
Yeah. You've been told several times, not me. There's nothing to do.
Sure. There. The other part that I actually wanted to say is you also did mention that once you're in the intersection, you have to back up. Now, is that also considered safe?
In certain instances where you don't got nobody behind you, you can back up. So, I mean, if you have someone behind you, you back up, if there's not someone, you can have a courtesy to go back up. Just let them go.
Okay. The other part that I actually wanted to share.
So the other, so we got
Okay. Right. Yeah, I'm trying to refer to the. Okay. There's another dash cam footage from the other officer where Mr. Ferguson admits that he was speeding on the right. There's another body cam that Mr. Ferguson was admitting that he was speeding to make the light.
You can show that. Can you the video very quickly?
Yes.
Just go to that portion of it.
Your Honor, I hate to ask this, but if we're gonna do that, the defendant hasn't been able to hear any of this. Can I just let him hear that via the phone, so he can hear if he's saying that he made such a statement?
Yeah.
Just to expedite,
Sure.
so we're not trying to,
Yeah.
I'm trying to make it go as quickly as possible. The first one didn't sound like anything. This, Keeper, I'm going to put you on mute, but I'm going to let you hear the body cam footage, okay? You're welcome. May as well be asking
Oh,
this is just my cell phone.
Oh.
Because we all are in the same device, and the same
Right.
facility, it's gonna have trouble.
Yeah, sorry. I'm getting mixed up in my head too.
I'm so tired. Let me call you so I can watch you listen to silence.
Okay, so I'm gonna start.
Did you ever hit this car or that car?
Yeah, so when I got this, I guess I came into the median
You can see it again.
Which was traveling where it's at right now. Okay, so your car flew. How fast do you think you were going?
I don't know, maybe 45, 50. I was trying to play.
So that's the part where I actually wanted to say that he has admitted that he was speeding, actually, but the fact is that he had sped more than that. According to my observation, it was actually not 45 to 50, it was actually 65. However, according to Ms. Maxwell, that is my personal assessment. But, however, I did want to say that based off of what you see with your eyes, it really doesn't take much of an expert's opinion or expert to see how fast the car travels, basing off of.
I'm able to hear you all, by the way, if y'all are talking right now.
Is everybody?
I've not been able to hear
Oh,
for
sorry.
like the last.
I'm gonna. Okay.
I'm just gonna, we're gonna get this.
Okay, so, to reiterate what I was saying.
You still need to keep repeating. Second, right?
He didn't hear. Oh, okay. So, yeah, he has admitted here that he was speeding through the light, which is also a contributing factor to the reason why he caused the accident. And then also he did mention that he was trying to beat the yellow light. However, the evidence that I've collected here shows that he had a red light instead of yellow. However, according to Ms. Maxwell, that is also my personal opinion. But yes, so at this moment, this is what I actually wanted to hear, and another part. So, yeah, so basing off of that, the accident had happened because the defendant had decided to speed more than what was actually permitted. And that was the point that I wanted to bring across.
mind that we have a layperson who has come up with a calculation and a determination and an assessment of their version of the speed somebody was driving. There is not an expert, not an accident reconstructionist. We did have a police officer here who was at the scene, who was there to talk to the parties, who saw the dash cam footage and still stands behind her assessment that the plaintiff was at fault, that he was liable for it. You know, asking somebody what speed they were driving, 9 times out of 10, I don't know what speed I'm driving when I'm driving. That's why I have to use cruise control if I'm on a highway. But, you know, people are excited, they're rattled, they're shaken after he got hit, he got thrown across a median and a head-on collision with another car. I'm going to take everything that's said in that moment with a grain of salt. If that officer whose body cam footage picked that up, if they thought he was speeding, I'm pretty sure they would have said something if they thought he was a contributing factor. You had 2 responding officers. One officer who actually did the report and found liability on the plaintiff. What I'm hearing and my takeaway is someone caused an accident, they were found liable for the accident, and they're not accepting any responsibility, nothing. It's somebody else's fault because they don't want any of the repercussions that fall from their actions. And even, I'd have a different opinion even if I heard, well, maybe I shouldn't have gone, maybe I should have, but there's a very adamant that there's zero responsibility on the part of the plaintiff, despite the fact that his dash cam footage shows it, the police report shows it, the responding officers have that same opinion. I just ask that you take what was presented today and you make that determination. My opinion is that the police report's correct and that liability was assessed where it went. But that's what you're here today to do. So that's it. Thank you.
So, now you're looking to...
No.
Yeah, I'm going to make closing statements. You want to make a position on closing statements?
I'm done.
Okay, that was closing
That was
statement?
mine.
Sounded like a closing statement, so.
I did. I thought
Okay.
we were on.
All right, 2 minutes.
Okay.
About 3 minutes. Make a closing statement if you want.
Okay, so, what?
Yeah, you want to...
Stop sharing.
Yes, we cannot hear the Zoom.
You want me to leave completely?
Yeah,
Or-
you just leave them, because you don't need it anymore, right?
Okay. No.
You're here.
There we go, it's on there.
So what I actually wanted to bring today was that, based on the evidence, I followed the Texas Transportation Code to the T, and opposed to that, there was a defendant who actually violated numerous Texas Transportation Code, which in regards to running the red light and speeding through the light, and recklessly driving, and sudden lane change. And so, therefore, it really doesn't take an expert to look at how fast he was traveling. You just really got to see how fast he was going, and also Google Maps isn't really too far from what the distance actually is. And so, this calculation may be slightly different, however, it's not too far from what the actual distance was, and also what actually happened during the accident, and who actually followed the transportation code opposed to who actually didn't is also very clear. And so that's what I actually wanted jurors to want to look at, considering all those facts, not just relying on the experts, but to really take a look at it with your own eyes and to assess who was actually at fault. And I think this to you. Thanks so much for your time today, and being patient with this is my first time actually doing this, so I must redundant things. So thank you so much for listening and giving your attention to this matter. Thank you. And I think that would be everything that I would have to say.
You want to say anything else?
Thank you. That's it. I'm good. Just everything I said, reiterate, thank you.
All right. Fine. Sorry this took so long. It's very simple. Okay, so our jury verdict in the jury report is really you are required of the facts. You get to go back and decide which party was negligent for this case. If you find for the plaintiff that he was not negligent, that the defendant was negligent, then you'll fill out the top section. And then you'll also fill out the amount. Now, as a matter of law, he didn't prove up that he did. So the amount is really just proven. But you can still find that he was not at fault for the action. If you find for the defendant that he was not at fault, then you fill out the following section. So if you find for the plaintiff, the top section, if you find for the defendant, you're going to zoom, and you fill out the following section. I find it easier if y'all pick a four-person and then you go back. If y'all have a unanimous decision, then the four-person have one signature at the bottom. In this report, it only takes 5 people to make it. So the 5 that you find for one party as opposed to the other, then that 5 would actually sign the top for the plaintiff or the bottom for the defendant. Okay? Any questions? All right. Maybe I'll go back and make it simple.
All rise for the jury.
That was so cool. That old school vending machine? Where'd you find that?
Facebook Marketplace. It's known as
Really?
mostly works. This is one thing that doesn't work.
Do you ever use it?
Yeah, you want to spot it. Good for stuff.
That's neat. Do you have to put funds in it, or do you have it? You have it fixed. And so there's a switch you can do when people used to sit in the arcades, and you flip a switch and play for hours for free. I'm the master of gallery.
I just had a little bit of a
with a pool table and games and all that, and sitting out there after a while. So yeah, that was always fun.
I actually did forget to present the proof of. I actually brought it with me, but I forgot to present it. That deductible was paid out of my pocket. I guess that's very good. But yeah, overall, thank you for your time. Yeah. I mean, thank you for guiding me for this. I've never done something like this, and so this really was kind of like a roller across the road right from me. Yeah. Even though I actually prepared as much as I can. The thing I just needed was setting. I was totally a mess. I couldn't present things even 10% of what I wanted to present like as effectively as I wanted to. Yeah.
Nerves more than anything. Had like a original attorney that I learned under, the first attorney was one that told me, so if you ever go to court and you don't get butterflies, you don't get nervous, it's not going to retire. So that's how you start running. You need to be nervous every time you walk in. Just keep you on your toes.
But actually, you did give me an insight as to...
I can take it. I'll throw it away when I get home. Thank you. I forgot that was over there. I'm sorry?
Oh, yeah, you did give me an insight as how I should be getting my education. Oh, you did give me an insight as to how I should get my verification from experts. Rather than...
Then we go back to that. Accident reconstructionist you hire to actually perform the inspections. They download the black box data and they do all of that. We have to do it for like truck accidents and stuff. And it's so boring and a pain, but it's...
I wish I had done that.
I
know about
it's
that.
At least for trucks. I don't know the cars are
the
cars are probably not as expensive. But I really don't. I don't know. The invoice comes in and it gets stuck into somebody else.
How about you could just give the reference, like, tell me what it is? Accident reconstructionist, okay. Everybody does. When you first asked during the jury trial or jury picking, how many people have gotten into accident? You just say that, yes, this is Harris County. People do get into accident. It is, and I get into accident like once every 2 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you a magnet? That's
I
like
don't
me and
know.
flat tires.
Oh, maybe there's something that's. I might need somebody to uncurse
Save your
me.
car or something?
Yeah, uncurse me or whatever.
No, yeah, it's Harris County. There's accidents constantly. And the funny, I have been in accidents, but I've been rear-ended so many times. Oop, there.
Accident reconstructionist. That was the first time I heard that term.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Like I said, this was very unusual. It really lasted longer than I anticipated, given the facts. But thank you very much for coming in. All right. With that being said, we all all rise for the jury. I'll go ahead and do
I'm not sure if I did the results correctly, but I took nothing because I forgot to. Oh, sorry. I'm not sure if I understood the results correctly.
Oh, the result of the
Oh, okay. Got it.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody's time this week. See that tomorrow.
Thanks so much. Yeah. So, yeah, but it was lost because I'm just taking my pockets right now, don't worry. I'm not taking it out. Okay, now it's off. Alright, so I couldn't explain things very well. I had a lot of redundancy explanation. I couldn't explain it very efficiently.
You want to know what I heard? I heard them saying that they couldn't hear you. So here's the problem.
Fuck!
That means that wasn't a fair court case.
They couldn't hear me. So,
yeah, that was. They were talking about you when the first time that they came out for the 5-minute recess. So.
I wish they mentioned that, but I don't know if they're able to.
Yeah, they were.
They weren't?
Yeah, they were. They were.
Oh.
So the funny thing here is that I'm gonna let you know right away that
that was unfair in so many sectors because I couldn't even show the dash cam that you actually created just because it's not by certified. It has to be accident reconstructionist according to Maxwell, and every assertion that I have.
That's not true. That is okay. So you got to understand something. I knew that there was something happening, but at the same time, because they won.